Where are they now? The guy that went...
Once you finish, if you can just do a like thumbs up so that I can kind of be tracking when you're all finished, that would help me. Thank you. Looks like most of you are finished. If you're still working on it, that's okay. Take your time. So in Canvas, there was a video and there was an article I put in the module itself, and then at the end for some additional resources. So the goal really for your discussion in your small group is to take this information about your blind spots and what you've learned about yourself in terms of clinical identity, who you are as a person, and in the chat, you'll see the therapy for therapists document. So you want to grab that, and those are the 5 questions that your group will talk through. And then, per usual, we'll come back and as a larger group, just have some general discussion around the idea of those of us who are going to be practicing therapy, whether or not we should also receive and participate in our own personal therapy. So if you watch the video, the premise around that was this clinician's kind of surprise when she looked into the research and talked to folks and found that there was this kind of general perspective in the public that therapists shouldn't need their own therapy, because if this is our job and we are helping other people, that we should really have all of our own stuff together. And if we are seeking out therapy, then that could mean we are unstable, that we are not in a position to be a helper, that we could be causing harm, let's say. So, of course, this is on a continuum, but the idea is really for you to take this is going to be probably 20 minutes or so you'll spend in a group talking through the questions, talking through the results of the 5 blind spots, and kind of have some really good discussion around this topic. And if you want to take some general notes, if you want to talk about some things, when we come back together, we'll just have, I'll just call on your group and we'll have a little bit of discussion of what came up for you all. And then I'll pop into groups too, so know that I will just, again, be creeping up on you when I show up in your group. But don't wait for me. If you have questions, if you want me to engage or clarify something, use that button to call me into your group, and I'll be happy to join in before that. Sound okay? Good. Okay, so let me get your groups open, and make sure, again, you grab the therapist blind spot and the therapy for therapist document. And I will set my timer for about 20 minutes, so it's about 3:40, 3:45. If you are whipping through this and you're done a lot sooner, let me know, and then I'll check in on your groups. You can come back at the same time. Thank you.
when you were filling that thing out?
Yeah, like I don't know if I got the right scores. Are we supposed to add up each category?
That's what I thought.
That's what I did, yeah.
So,
Oh wait. Like I had like a 1 and then like 2 2s.
yeah, I had like 4s and 3s. So, I don't know if it's because I'm on my phone and it looks funny on my phone. Maybe I shut on my computer. But I ended up with a high number though, like 72 at the end.
Yeah,
I added up each. That's right.
Yeah, that's what I got like a 78. So.
Like I'm like, did I do this right? Because I'm thinking it's gonna be between, let's say,
25 and 1 and 25 something like that.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So, okay. Put that in. Does anyone have that document pulled up already?
Yeah. The one that's therapy for therapists.
Yeah, we're looking at that one first.
Oh, it don't matter. Let me see the other document. Oh, yeah, the 5 primary blind spots.
Okay, I'll get that submitted. Alright, so I know I downloaded it before we came. Is there a question that we could be answering
Okay, so these questions. The first one, okay, so it says discuss the following prompts as a small group and prepare to share with large class. And then the question is, what messages did I receive, whether it was family, friends, culture, religion, or academia, about seeking therapy?
None. Actually, I'm the person that kind of pushes therapy and suggests it because my family does it. They just, whatever it is, just deal with it. Get over it. So I probably wouldn't be the best person to discuss that with.
I've been in therapy my whole life. Whether it was like my parents put me in it, or I was like required to do it by it.
Mm-hmm.
We had like CPS stuff with my dad, so I would get required to do therapy, and so it's always just been like it's something you have to do. Less of like, why are you there? Why are we doing it? What are we working on? It was just go, just sit there and talk.
Yeah. I mean, I know when we're younger, we probably don't feel like it's necessary, but my family, like I said, they didn't really talk about therapy. It was talk to God, so prayer was definitely the core of any issue. Um, it wasn't until I was an adult when I really wanted to kind of seek therapy for myself, for my own struggles or whatnot, and I did that. But I think it could be a healthy thing for everybody. But yeah, like I said, I never had it until I was an adult and had my own children and realized that therapy is definitely something that we need, and we definitely need a therapist as well because you receive so much, you hear so much, and sometimes depending on how empathetic you are, you may internalize some of those things that your clients are saying. So I'm rooting for therapists to have therapy, even before they're in practice, just to already have that foundation, to have like an outlet somewhere else. So
I definitely agree. It's definitely necessary. Because what do they call that? It's like what is it called? It's like where you become like victim to to the crime or to the client's story because or secondhand.
Yeah, secondhand
Yeah,
trauma or
I
something
get
like
what
that.
you're saying.
Like I'm like, what is it called? I think about that a lot for therapy.
It's like secondhand trauma or something.
Yeah.
It's like secondhand smoking, but you're just
Yeah.
internalizing and resonating with whatever. Like my mom has a best friend. She's a therapist, and there's days when she's at home just bawling, just crying because she's taking on her, whatever her patients or her clients are going through, and then because she's doing geriatric, she's dealing with the older population. Some of them, they're passing, and so. She's taking a hit and she's crying at home with a bottle of wine. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I think it's a necessary thing to have therapy for therapists. Cause it's like, how could you not?
You gotta process what you're being told, and you know,
Absolutely.
because especially like you want to do it in a place that is safe. Because like, and you can talk about clients when you talk to your like spouses, and unless I say spouses, but it could be friends, anybody, unless they work in the field. Like they don't understand, and like obviously you can't explain the extent of what some people are experiencing because of HIPAA.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely a good place to just go and get that out, talk about those things.
And then some people, I've heard people say, "Well, I've tried therapy, it didn't work." Okay, well maybe try someone else. There's someone for everybody. You know what I mean? I don't just mean that in a romantic sense. I just think that if you did have a bad experience, I don't think you should stop at that one, if that makes sense. Try to find someone that specializes in what your trauma may or may not be, or just any kind of stuff, like any type of therapy. Like I have a friend that had went to marriage counseling, and she hated it, and it was just like like she didn't know what she was talking about. She was horrible. She was male-centered, so it's like, okay, but that's her, though. That's not every marriage counselor. So, shop around a little bit if you feel like it's a necessary investment for your marriage. And they did. They're still together to this day. So, I just think it's just, I guess, having that balance. And having balance and boundaries and just kind of knowing when it's time to move on and when it's time to seek therapy. Just knowing, I guess, having that wherewithal, if you will. Knowing self at the end of the day, essentially.
Okay, we feel good about that question.
Yeah.
Okay, so then this next one is considering your blind spot assessment. Discuss reasons why personal therapy may be beneficial to you. And you can reference the Canvas article, video, or anecdotal information.
I don't know. I feel like I got kind of high numbers for all of them in a sense. So I guess I don't know, but I feel like sometimes it's not necessarily bad. I guess in a way. I don't know. I guess if I read over what the high scores mean on those,
Right.
I guess I'll understand from that perspective why it could be a bad thing to be too much of a protector for a client. So
I think it would because I think mine was pretty high too. I know personally that I have an issue with boundaries. So I'm not surprised, but then it's just like, oh man, what? Work on that. That's what I'm thinking as I'm, scoring myself. But yeah, I think this is a good assessment to have, and to even do it again as you grow in social work practice to see if things shift a little bit for you.
Yeah.
I feel the same way. You guys literally said the same thing I was feeling. Unless I don't know if numbers being high is considered bad, or why it would be. Cause some of them, I don't know. I guess for me, so my highest number was for being a rescuer. But I don't have any clinical experience. I've never done regular talk therapy. I do a lot of screening assessments for what I do, and so I don't know if maybe that's fine because I'm the one scheduling people to go to treatment, so I already have that almost complex. I'm the one where your next step is. So is that plan why I'm so much more of a rescuer? Because I do feel disappointed if I can't get my client into treatment. But now if I were doing talk therapy, it was very well could be different.
Similar to you, I haven't even worked in social work yet. I haven't done any case. Well, it's other than my internship, but it's not like being out there like really working. You know what I mean? I'm sure there's a difference. So I kind of utilize like the people that have confided in me, have talked to me, and we essentially had talk therapy, if you will. They just kind of dump on me a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't mind it, but at the same time, sometimes I feel responsible because I was the person that you came to have a conversation about this with, whatever it is, and you trusted in me, you confided in me. So now I take on some of that responsibility into getting you whatever you need or how I can be a support. But my highest score was probably under. This one? Gotta scroll back up. Oh man, all of them. Okay, so I got like 22 in that last one. But I was confused because it looked like it was 2 and 1.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know, but I got 22 in that one. The other one before that, 15, and before that was 18 and 17. But, yeah, I just think overall, I don't even have clinical experience yet, but I just kind of have a scope or like a lens on how I would be, because I know how I am with my loved ones and with friends and family that want to confide in me about stuff. So
Yeah.
it kind of put that pressure on.
This is discuss reasons why personal therapy may be beneficial to you. I think she's talking about like us, like if we had our own therapist. I mean, I do have my own therapist. I feel like it's always great to kind of get an outside perspective. Like I take it as like a learning, but also kind of utilizing the resource. So I mean, it was my first time doing it. So the fact that I actually like got myself to that point, I think now I kind of like encourage everybody else to kind of try it out to see how it goes for them. It's like how you were saying earlier, Summer, like. Now I'm like that person that like, oh, you should try therapy, you know, like at least like there's someone for whatever you're going through,
Absolutely.
someone who's there and understands. So I'm definitely there now. But I mean, I haven't had a bad experience, but you know there are people that have had bad experience, so I totally understand. But I would just keep looking until you find somebody.
Absolutely. Yeah, for sure. I'm not currently in therapy. I've been thinking about it, but yes, having a different perspective, talking to someone outside of your own community, your own people. We'll have yes men. Well, I know your heart, so I know you would. No, let's get someone on the outside that doesn't have any skin in the game.
Yeah.
And just kind of, if I need a reality check here, whatever it is, just having someone that's not connected to you, kind of be somebody that kind of, I guess, balance you out, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's helpful for even people that are not in therapy for a career. I think people in general should just seek therapy at some point, because some things that we normalized, even growing up, we realize as an adult, wait a minute, that wasn't right. That was abuse. You know what I mean? Like I've heard so many stories like that. So, I think overall, therapy is definitely it's making its rounds. It's becoming more and more accepted.
Yeah.
Without all that stigma.
I agree.
So.
I'm trying to remember if I know what article or video she's talking about.
I think you said module 7.
I think I remember.
I think I already
guess we all kind of like on the same page when it comes to therapy. I mean, I don't know.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I know years ago was like against it, but nowadays it's become more normalized, I think.
Yeah, I feel like the big part about it is just like educating people, like what it could kind of grow into for everybody. I feel like there's still that stigma around it, and so it's still kind of hard to, change their perspective on it, but it's an ongoing progress.
Oh yeah, it's work in progress for sure. But it's growing. Growth is good.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like sometimes people can also feel like uncomfortable with it, like to sit there with someone that they don't know and just kind of, I don't know. There's that.
A complete stranger that's all having a snapshot of your life. You just tell them about. Yeah, but that's the thing is the strength with it though.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you're able to go outside of your comfort zone and allow someone else to kind of have a snapshot of that and evaluate some things, I think it could make you even stronger. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was gonna say. Is it can be like, why is it beneficial to you? Because you can, if you just look at your blind spot assessment, you can see like what if therapy talk about like why are these high scores?
Mm-hmm.
Is there what is going on with my internal that I can't recognize?
Mm-hmm. Did y'all get y'all's back yet?
Gotta check. It was supposed to
Email, right?
write an email. Yeah, I think that's what she said. Let's see if I can open it up on my phone.
What a bitch.
Oh, sorry. Hey, babe.
What?
You gotta be quiet.
Huh?
You gotta be quiet.
Why?
Because they heard that.
Oh shit.
I don't know. I think these questions are like meant to be more personal, even though it says considering your blind spot or something. So like discuss reasons why you may avoid or not be interested in personal therapy. Is she looking for like a personal answer or no?
I think so. I think we can be personal with it, and then I guess if we find stuff off like the material that she gave us in the module, we could use that too. And we kind of talked about it. We kind of like the uncomfortableness of the whole environment and having to talk about whatever it is they want to talk about, but maybe that just makes people uncomfortable.
I don't ever. Okay, so I can say like I'm previously like in and out of therapy
Mm-hmm.
my whole life, and now so I find that like it's more so about like I get so overwhelmed by the problems that I need to go to therapy by, or that I almost feel like it's not going to help me. Like, this is going to be a waste of my time. And then finally, when I go, I feel so much better.
Okay.
But it's like this, I'm like avoiding it, pushing against it. So I'm like, it's not going to help. Like, it's not going to change any of my problems. I'm still going to have these problems, but now I have an extra place I got to like, or an appointment I have to attend.
Mm-hmm.
But then once I start to do it, I'm like, oh, this is why.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's definitely something that makes sense because I feel like some people want like an urgent kind of instant fix versus like You gotta calm down a little bit. Maybe it's not so urgent. But yeah, I think a lot of it is just wanting to just fix it as fast as they could so that they don't have it, but then it continues over and over again. I'm wondering if she wants us to kind of connect it with the blind spots, maybe.
Yeah, okay, so if I was to look at my blind spot assessment, I might avoid therapy or not be interested in it if I didn't want to work on myself. I was fine with like how I did things and how I helped my clients. I don't feel like that's like I don't personally feel that way. I'm just thinking like if I was somebody else, like why they might not want to do it. I feel like that is not, I guess, in a way.
Did y'all receive the results from your assessment?
I did not.
That's what I've been looking for all this time. And I'm like, I will see. Oh man.
Let me see if it's in my
She
junk.
said 350.
Okay. We're almost done, I think. So right now we're on discuss the reasons why you may avoid or not be interested in personal therapy.
I don't have a reason why I wouldn't unless it just wasn't the right person. Be like we don't align, they're not culturally competent. That would probably be the only thing that really makes me not want to do it. Is we had a session, we didn't vibe, we gotta move on. Other than that, I don't see why. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
was it hurting? Other than you have to make another appointment, but that if it's for your mental health, I think it's necessary.
Okay. And then the last one, considering the code of ethics, discuss whether it is or it is not an ethical responsibility for clinical MSW students to participate in personal therapy prior or during facilitating therapy with clients. This can be during internships or employment.
I think it'll be a good thing, I think it'll be beneficial before you start working in clinicals because it'll give you a perspective and it'll also kind of help you look within before you go and help someone else. You know what I mean? So I think, yeah, definitely before, and if you're able, during, if you have the time, but definitely before. I think that should be probably even like a foundation. Like, before you can practice, you should probably have your own session. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's probably be part of the program.
Gotcha. Okay.
I think it'd have the NAS. I don't.
something else too. I guess making sure, like, if you have your own sessions, that'll also possibly prevent you from doing the counselor transference, because you weren't able to talk to anyone about your issues, so you end up resonating with your client, and then you kind of go overboard with it. You know what I'm saying? I'm just thinking, like, if you don't have your own therapy, you might be more likely to do that. Not intentionally, of course. Counter transference, so that's how you see it, I think.
Mm.
That's it.
I think that was the last one.
We only have 1 minute.
You ain't getting none of the downloads.
I don't know who's playing the music, but it's so calming.
It's me.
That's really I think like on mute.
Alrighty, I'll see you ladies back there.
Alright, thanks, Steph.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, let's just chat. I'd like to maybe how about if I just call a group, and then if a couple groups I heard talking about your results. So if you've noticed in your group, like most of you had a similar blind spot, and that is relevant, we can talk about that. But let's just start with group 1. And whoever feels comfortable starting, talk us through all the questions, whatever you want to chat about with this topic.
So we talked about a lot about like the negative associations that are around therapy, and how like it used to be like only like really crazy people needed therapy. So like to go to therapy would be like a negative outlook on you as the therapist. Even though we all agreed that that's not true. That's just like, I know growing up like that, that's what it was presented to me as a kid.
Yeah.
And then we talked about like the benefits of like going to therapy and how that could like impact your ability to be a therapist.
Yeah, thanks, Valerie.
Mm.
Anybody else from the group? Did you get to the last question about the requirement of therapy for MSW programs?
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Valerie. Did you?
You can go.
I was just gonna actually touch on that one.
Yeah, please.
I think we were all kind of on the same page that I think that it is. Well, Valerie actually made a good point. She said, I think that before going into social work, I think it would be appropriate for everyone going into therapy to sit down and to see what it's like, to be vulnerable, to have those nerves, to sit down in front of a therapist
My deepest condolences.
would be helpful.
Your loss.
You know, we were talking
Call
about
me when you
how,
wake up.
you know,
Bruce Wayne.
when you're working a social work job, your personal life is also just like up and down.
Damn, you're so
And
heavy, babe.
knowing when you're okay and when you're not, when you need extra support and when you don't. So I think
How's
it's
Jonathan?
when it becomes an
Don't
ethical
worry, Clark.
responsibility.
I've already
is
picked
that,
him up from
if you
school.
know you're struggling
He
and
needs
you're
you now.
choosing not to seek
More
that
than
extra
ever.
help, I think that's when it becomes an ethical responsibility. But if you're doing great, if your personal life's fine, work is going well, and you feel like you're all set, and I don't think
We're still warming up.
it's up to you if you decide that or not. But I think it becomes an ethical responsibility
I'll leave you for now,
when
Clark.
you aren't caring
Okay.
for yourself and you're
Thank
not
you,
doing
Bruce.
self-care.
Yeah, thank you, John. That's helpful. Good. Anybody else? Anything else from that general the prompts that you want to share? Or we're good to move on to 2. All right, 2. Who wants to start us off?
I was in group 2, right, Hannah? We were 2? Or were we 4?
I think we're cool.
Oh,
That's fine. Just go. You're fine.
Okay, whatever.
4.
Whatever group number we were.
Yeah, please.
We talked about how our family was is like supportive about going to therapy, friends, and it also just kind of depends on what context you're in, because in a military setting, it may not be too endorsed to attend therapy, but we have talked about how like going to therapy has been less stigmatized over the years, and that like Ferris, for example, sends out to students a lot of check-ins and reminders about mental health and services available. So that's obviously supportive, and that encourages people to go, and obviously us too, through receiving them. Then for some blind spots and why therapy might be beneficial, we talked about how it could help reduce burnout and help process some of the stuff going on. But some reasons that it may be avoided is busy schedules, not finding a therapist that really sees you, I guess, or like really understands you and like can give you the right type of like treatment you want and like give you the right type of vibe. And then also with that, you also may feel like burnt out from even talking, so you might not even want that. And then for the last question, we talked that it would be hard to force anybody to go to therapy, like an ethical responsibility, and like where is that line drawn?
Yeah.
Where is it okay? Where is it not okay? How can you prove that someone's in it? But then also, how do you expect someone to pay for it? Do they have insurance? Are they paying out of pocket?
Yeah.
Is it provided for other people? But then at that same time, that individual needs to be self-aware, and that if they are causing harm to clients, then they should be seeking services and helping themselves before helping others.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Thanks, Skylar. Hannah, is there anything else that you wanted to add?
I think she kind of touched on everything. She did a good job.
Yeah, I appreciate the requirement piece and thinking about like if it's required, just like you're required, let's say, to have certain books, but the books are $150 per book, and is that accessible? Is that equitable? And if you don't have health insurance, or you, like you're saying, there are general barriers for the public to get into therapy. We know this, of course. So we're not different. There are the piece that can come up, and again, we'll get the next class or group to go, but this tension around it feels punitive in some ways, or that requirement. So like those of you that work in mandated therapy or court-ordered therapy, and we talk a lot about like they're resistant or where they're at stage of change, and if they feel like I'm good, I don't need to be here, and you're feeling as the clinician on the flip of that, well, you have to be here, so I can tell them you're not participating, and then you can go to jail, or I can tell them. So it's like it feels with what we know about mandated clients and the challenges that could be similar. So, but you're bringing up good points. We also want you to be in a position that when you do start to work with clients, that you have a general sense of your own stuff, so that it is not counterproductive. So we're not harming our clients, and then also re-traumatizing ourselves or harming ourselves. So yeah, it's a good point. Good questions. Good discussion. Okay, I don't know what number. Let's just say the next group that wants to go.
Okay, I don't remember what number, but
That's fair.
Skylar talked about a lot of the stuff that we talked about.
Okay.
The biggest thing was like, yeah, if therapy was an ethical responsibility or required, it could potentially like deter them from seeking out therapy in the future if they had like a bad experience or something like that. So we talked about
Yeah.
that. And then I just like touched on like while doing my master's, I feel like I've already been in therapy sessions because of the classes I've been in. And there's been classes where we've had to do like sessions as like therapy, so like that's been a new to me. So just that's what we talked about.
Yeah, that's helpful. And it is, it's interesting that you brought that up, Angel, about like being in class, and then the other, I think it was Skylar that mentioned, like sometimes you just don't want to talk. When you're in classes and you're doing all this self-reflection and critical thinking and talking about your own attachment and your own family, that in itself, it can be very healing and therapeutic. And it can also be a slippery slope in terms of thinking that is a replacement for a therapy, because it's different, right? I mean, you're still getting some of that personal piece, but for some of you, that might be enough. That you're not in a space or a time that you warrant this like, psychodynamic psychotherapy long-term thing. Maybe it isn't necessary. You're getting what you need in that way. So again, it sounds like so far most of the groups I'm not hearing there is a stance on it should be a requirement, and that is part of that question. That is required for some other programs. They do require, if you are going to practice therapy, you have to also be in your own therapy, and there are mechanisms for tracking that. Are you going? And again, okay, so good. Thank you. Anybody else from Angel's group that wants to? What about anybody from your group share what you thought about the assessment? Did it feel like your blind spots were fitting? Was there any surprises with that?
I'm just gonna add on something to kind of what
Please.
Angel said first, real quick. So kind of like how you had said, like thinking about like mandating therapy as a part of like the master's program and stuff like that. Sometimes that is a little bit of an ethical dilemma, just doing that in itself. When you think of like informed consent, like everybody should have the right to like, autonomy or like what they want to do. But also what I had mentioned is kind of what you had said, working with difficult clients. If they're not ready to change, like they're not going to. So is it going to be counterproductive to do that? So just kind of like exploring that. I also thought it was interesting because Hunter and I both had a similar experience where we, like our family, friends, stuff like that, we didn't come across like therapy until later on in life. Angel had a little bit more exposure a little bit earlier on, but both of ours is kind of like more into adulthood. And then me and Angel both kind of fit in the same category. Hunter fit into a different one, but we kind of talked through that a little bit more too. And kind of, for me, I feel like I don't fit necessarily into like a savior complex because of the fact that working with like court mandated clients, like a lot of the clients I work with, we're just trying to get through day to day. A lot of them have very, very bad home lives. A lot of them have like awful like relationships with parents and relatives. So we're not looking for like a big, huge, dramatic change. We're trying to just literally get through hour by hour, day by day in the program.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Jen. And I think bringing what you brought up about the population you're serving, the work that you're doing therapeutically, if you're in or internship, if you're not, if you've had trauma and you know it was trauma and you experienced this trauma, but is this the right time to seek trauma therapy if you still need to have your shit together enough to get through class? And there's a lot of these other factors, that do come into play. And I think it's interesting too when we think about what is therapy. So that is very broad. So it could be framed, we could have a whole different conversation if we didn't use the word therapy and we said clinical support or, treatment or healing. And therapy doesn't, again, have to be sitting down in front of someone for 50 minutes. Maybe it is you're doing walk and talk. Maybe it's CBT. Maybe it's EMDR. So considering how broad the term therapy is, I have heard from other students over the years that part of the challenge while you're in school is it's overwhelming to figure out what you might need. So to that point, if you're like, things are okay, I'm doing relatively well.
What the fuck is
I'm
this?
hearing in these classes, like all this stuff about my childhood could impact how I relate with people unconsciously. I might have implicit bias that I didn't know about. I guess I should just be here to like get myself ready. That's a very different kind of work and therapy than it would be if you would genuinely know you're struggling with anxiety and it is impacting your ability to stay focused in class or to engage the way you would like to with your clients at your internship. So what constitutes therapy and what you think it means can also make a difference on whether or not you're going to participate. Yeah, good. What other group hasn't went?
Ours has not yet.
Thanks, Morgan.
Yes. As far as the ethical piece of mandating therapy, we were all kind of on the same page. Kind of like the other groups that it shouldn't be, whether it's like financial cost, but we also talked a lot about how people have different ways of self-reflection and healing. Kind of like we were just saying, it doesn't have to be in a therapy role. Some people can be more introspective than others and that sort of thing. So
yep.
I didn't think it should be mandated either. As far as the quiz results, all three of us were kind of more in the moderate range for everything. So we talked a little bit about anger, for the anger avoidance, as well as the savior complex too. So, yeah, a lot of what's been covered.
For sure. Yeah. Anybody from your group, Morgan, or the other groups that haven't went yet, feel comfortable or safe talking about any of you believe that you really don't need to participate in therapy, to be a therapist? So in general, across the board, and again, there's no judgment. You will not be alone. I promise you. If you're like, I don't really think I need it. I feel like I'm good. And I also have this skill. I read these textbooks. I have an internship. I have a supervisor. I feel like I could facilitate therapy without having been through therapy myself.
We're still warming up.
Summer, how about you or your group? Did that come up at all? Yep.
Okay, good. Yes, we discussed having therapy. Should it be mandated or should it be like a requirement? I feel like it should be optional, like even built into the program, because I just feel like you'll gain that experience, even if you don't feel like you need it. You just never know what can come out. And then I also kind of mentioned that may even prevent you from going to that counter transference that we talk about, because you haven't talked to anyone about anything, and how do we know you're not going to accidentally resonate with your client, and then you start spilling your beans out. It's like, it's not intentional, right? But it just kind of happens. So I feel like this could be another way to kind of prevent that from happening. I like the idea of having therapy built in the MSW program, especially if you want to go in the clinical.
Yeah, thank you. And I want to just throw out there again, you're probably sick of me saying this, friends, but counter-transference isn't bad. And it is inevitable. And you cannot prevent it. So that's truly, if you're thinking, and most people hear counter-transference and are like, oh, it's bad, I should not be affected. That is inaccurate. 1,000%. You are
Wow.
humans first. So you absolutely will be experiencing countertransference. The difference is having the awareness of it and then being able to talk it through with your supervisor. A lot of times, truly, it's just getting some consultation and your supervisor validating, yeah, that makes sense. This is what is based on your history and what's going on with you in your life. Makes sense where you would have this kind of feeling towards your client. And now what do we do with it? So, and again, I'm not picking on you, Summer, because lots of people, you hear countertransference and it's like, oh my gosh, it's bad. But it is not. Actually, it's...
Okay, it's natural, it's normal, but I guess having those boundaries and knowing, like you said, like being able to recognize it and what to do with it. So,
yeah, absolutely. And I do want to say, and then, Skylar, I want to hear from you. I agree with you in terms of it can be useful to prevent us harming clients. So if I had, I've been sexually assaulted and I am now going to work with sexual assault survivors, and I have never processed trauma in a therapeutic context. Maybe I went through the court system and there was a victim's impact statement I wrote and the perpetrator was prosecuted, and I'm kind of like, cool. But now I'm like an advocate and I am all about this. There is danger in what could come up for me on not even knowing, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
And so
I feel like triggers and everything, yeah.
Right, yeah, exactly. So I think I appreciate you're all recognizing that the first part of it is your own self-awareness. Are you noticing when there could be transference that's coming up? Do you recognize when a client says something and you are like really irritated with them? Do you pay attention to what is coming up with you while you're with the client? And then it's a difficult process, but that is kind of the first piece is knowing yourself well enough to know what's coming up. Skylar, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I do think that it's beneficial for if a therapist needs to process and needs to go to therapy, they should go fully. But this is just playing devil's advocate for the other side.
Yeah.
I feel honestly, if someone doesn't need therapy as a therapist, then they shouldn't feel like they have to or feel like they need to have that experience. Yeah, that experience could be really helpful, but I feel like it's not practical to apply to adding to this program or to private practices or community mental health, because let's say someone sees consumers for eight consumers every single day, and that's not really realistic. When are they going to be fitting that into their schedule? For students, let's say they're in the full-time portion of it and they are working full-time and they have 3 kids at home, and they're just really, really busy with their internship and work and all of that. I just feel like it's not realistic to set a standard that just leaves people out, I guess, or not necessarily leaves people out, but something has to shift. And so if you're forcing somebody to attend that, then that's gonna cause burnout in a different type of way, though. They're to be burned out from receiving a service that they don't need, which could potentially impact how they feel about it as they're progressing towards it. And with addition to those self-reflection assignments, would those still be there, and would you just be repeating yourself, or would one go away? I don't know. There's just a lot of factors that could impact people if this was mandated.
Yeah, agreed. And you bring up lots of really good points, and the research around what are the barriers for therapists receiving their own. I think it's in a resource. I think I put it in the additional resources, that article. But yeah, it's a lot of it is what you all mentioned, which is great. There's some research around the mandatory therapy piece and in programs and the outcomes of that. There's not great. From what I've seen, there's not a ton of great evidence to make someone do it in a MSW program. Psychology programs, they've shown a bit more evidence, but the ones that are showing positive evidence or outcomes are ones that are specific to psychoanalysis, psychodynamic. There is a specific flow that you go through you are going to be a psychoanalyst, then it is a requirement that you participate in your own psychoanalysis. So what we're talking about is very broad. Like, and again, I think we're all saying similar things. So, did I forget a group? Is there anyone that didn't get to speak yet, or
What?
Gabriella, did your group go? You're good. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah. Perfect. Okay. So thank you for talking about that, and you can certainly use that assessment and the blind spots when you're writing your clinical identity paper or speaking to how therapy works. Either of those assignments, if that's going to be applicable, save that and you can incorporate it in. If you want to have any other questions, you want to talk to me about it, I'm happy to answer anything, of course. But I think what we can do is take like a quick break, and then what we're going to be
This game's rigged.
if you haven't looked yet on Module 7, the schedule that I put up, there's a schedule for what you'll do for chapters 9 and 10, and it's designed where you'll do 3 of the interventions in a row, so it'll feel a little bit more like an actual session. So I just divided your names up between chapter 9 and chapter 10, so you can look at that before break. If you want to have a little prep, do the same thing. We'll talk about each of the 3 that you're going to do before. So your group, before you do it, we'll talk about it for chapter 9. Same thing for chapter 10, and then I'll talk to you about how we're going to practice the practice exercises at chapter 7, 15. So let me just tell you, and then we'll go to break. So we're going to do 9 and 10, just like the fish bowl. You are given a chapter 9 or 10. We'll go through those, and we'll take a pause, and after that, I'll explain to you what we'll do for the rest of the time in terms of practicing. So let's come back 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Let's come back at like 4:20, if that works, and we'll get started.
You done? Taking a little breaky boo. Tight shit. Jeez! Finally, I take a dubski. I lost 4 times in a row. That shit crazy.
Those grades were good.
I was just devouring them. I threw one up in the air and I caught it.
You did?
Yeah.
Oh, I found one on the floor.
Yeah, I gave one to Drago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I have
Are you muted?
probably a really stupid question.
Yeah,
What stupid questions?
There are no stupid questions. But
The clinical identity paper. When does that due?
when I said bitch really like quiet, they heard that shit?
Because I was unmuted.
You were unmuted? I was just like, bitch.
Oh yeah, you're no.
I was like,
worries.
bitch.
Let's look under sign.
But you heard me?
I heard you. They heard you. Started laughing.
They started laughing?
And I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, guys. I muted myself and I turned around like, be quiet.
Just gaming over here.
That's funny though, because one of them had a baby and the other one was at work.
Class at work.
I just had to scroll
Impressive.
way down.
Oh great. Well, it should also. I don't know why I don't have it published.
Internet's kind of
So let me
shit right
go
now.
ahead and do that too.
It's probably because you're
So then you will
live
be
streaming
able
on
to
your.
see it, in your assignments. So that is one that you could be working on sooner if you want to.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, of
Alright.
course.
We're gonna be done by
I
5, okay?
also have.
You guys are gonna be done by 5?
And then you have the case
It's
study.
for
Oh my.
20.
One. So
Okay.
for
That's
the
fine.
since we're going off like the health model, what's sorry, what's my train of thought?
Deliberation.
Yes. Yep. Yes. Do you want the like text boxes to be like in sentences? Do you want bullet points?
You're gonna have to give me a more remind me what we're talking about, like because then I'll know what I'm gonna talk about. Like,
Personal factors, cultural factors.
Oh, for the actual triangle? Are you talking about to fill it in? Yeah, you can put in bullets are fine. Full sentences we want. So, but yeah, you can put in well, if I say, I think bullets are okay. That's okay. Bullets are fine.
And then I'm mixing up like this model with other model like the biopsychosocials. With personal factors, is that just like would health be in there?
Let's hold this until the end of class, just because I want to make sure we can get through the McHenry stuff. So I'll make sure we have time for those questions at the end. Is that okay? Good. Okay. Okay. So let's see. Let me pull up my list here. So for chapter 9, hopefully you can pull it up from Canvas and see the schedule. What you'll do is just like before. I'll be the client. I'll give you a general, prompt. The difference is rather than doing one intervention, we're going to go back and forth, reciprocal, so that you can practice all 3 of those interventions. So for those of you who are chapter 9, you're all doing the same three. You're gonna do holding the focus, then joining, then shifting the focus. So I'm not gonna go into a ton of it. I mean, you all know what they are, but the holding the focus is essentially trying to keep the client focused on what the topic is at hand. So the client, there is a topic, but they sort of are going off of it.
Dog grouse, dog grouse.
Joining, in the way that McHenry talks about it, and that we'll utilize it, is for individual. So that's essentially rapport. That's essentially letting the client know you heard them and they feel seen. So in the group or family therapy, there's a little bit different. But in this case, it's just a statement to allow the client know where that you're with them, that you're engaging with them. And then the shifting the focus, sometimes these seem similar. So the shifting and holding. Holding is where you're going to keep me concentrated on what the topic is at hand. The difference with the shifting the focus is if you're deliberately moving me from one topic to another. So it more of a productive. They're very similar, but I think once you do it, you'll notice holding is like, keep me there. It's like short and sweet. Before I'm kind of going off, join with me. And then the shifting is like, I am sort of already rambling or on a tangent, and this is your chance to kind of bring me back to the topic. So we're just like before. There is no judgment. This is safe. We are practicing. Please utilize the chat for questions or comments. At the end of class, the same as before, you'll see the self-evaluation. So it's adjusted. It's not the same form as the last time. So please make sure to do that at the end of class. That's what I'm going to use for your synchronous points. So Skylar, you're first. Are you ready to give it a whirl? Does it make sense? Can I answer any questions?
Yeah, I think so. I have a question for joining though. So, how would you do that if it's just like if you're not in a group?
Yeah, so that's just rapport building, validation, any sort of I hear you. What I'm hearing you say sounds like you're joining with me, letting me know that you know what I'm talking about. So there's not one. I think that is important, Skylar. It's not a specific word or phrase that you do to join per se. It is just letting me know that you're hearing me. Ready to give it a whirl? Okay. So my internship supervisor never gives me positive feedback. She only focuses on my mistakes. And I mean, whatever, because I'm done with my hours for this week. But I am hoping we can talk about boundaries that I'm struggling with my roommate.
Okay, so let's focus on your relationship with your supervisor at your internship. It sounds like that's really been bothering you. Can you tell me more about that?
Well, she just doesn't give me anything positive. All she ever tells me is what I have to fix.
That sounds very frustrating that you don't feel supported by your supervisor.
Well, and part of it is like I think about really it's the classes that I'm taking and the amount of work I have to do, and my supervisor's super busy too, and the way these programs are designed for like teaching therapy just doesn't make any sense to me. It's way too much for anybody to try to be able to learn anything.
So I'm hearing you mention a couple of topics. Can we talk about what you're doing in your free time and if you're practicing any self-care?
Good. So, Professor Hat, for your shifting the focus, so I for sure got the holding the focus, keep me on the topic. You joined with me a couple times. So as the client is I'm derailing off of like classes and the structure. What is the topic that you want to shift me back to?
Probably your roommates that you mentioned earlier.
And what about why the roommates and not staying with the supervisor piece?
Because you said that you really want to talk, you need to talk to your roommates about the relationship, or like the dynamic.
Yes. So in this case, what I would generally advise is if the starting is about about the supervision, and I'm kind of like, oh, whatever. I'm bringing that up, and then I'm saying, oh, but I want to focus on my roommates. The holding the focus is like you did. Oh, it sounds like there's some frustration with your supervisor, so you kept me there. Then you joined with me. Then you asked me to tell me more about that frustration. So that's when I wasn't talking about the roommates. I didn't bring that up in terms of the frustration. I started talking about like whatever, I don't even remember, the system or like all my classes and that sort of thing. So in that moment, what do you think you'd want to shift me back to?
Shifting back to the supervision.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So you and any of you that are listening to, I mean, my hope is that you're following along and like thinking, "Ooh, that's what I would have said," or not, or "Why did she say that?" Because that's part of this is for you all in the outside of fishbowl to also stuff come up too, like some questions and prompts. So, Skylar, when I say it that way, like you've got here's your topic, you hold me to it, like almost before I get going, you joined with me. I hear you, it's frustrated. Then you said, tell me more about that. That is what you want to shift it back to. So if a client at that point, like I went off on this tangent a little bit, you're shifting me back to what you originally asked me, which was about the frustration.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I just thought that you were shifting to like a different topic that you talked about, that like the roommates, for example, because you touched on that. So then maybe like shifting because you're like, oh well, you need to, like you said, you needed to talk to them about that.
Yes, and so I think the other piece about thinking about like shifting the focus is really we want it to be on keep it productive. So this one is really when we've got clients that are just going off about the day-to-day life or at the grocery store and all this sort of like extra details or nuance that really isn't going to be useful or productive for the treatment goals. So in this case, when some of the clues and indicators are when a client is not making eye contact, they're talking faster than normal. They're typically when you would be able to interrupt them, they're not paying attention to that or picking up on that. So it's a defense mechanism that a lot of us have that we talk superficially, we talk around an issue, we like tiptoe a little bit in. As the clinician, you're trying to assist me in staying focused on the content of the important treatment stuff. And unconsciously, many of us know lots of ways to get out of that. Even if we're like, I'm here for therapy, I want to work on my depression. And when it comes time for me to really dig in and talk about my depression, all of a sudden it's wild that I'm like not even talking about my depression. There are defenses, again, that we naturally have to keep us safe, really. So, okay, again, tangent. Feel okay? Yeah. Good. All right. Good job. All right, Hunter, you are up.
Just one question before we start.
Mm-hmm.
So, with the roommate part, would we identify that further down the line then?
It's a good question. I think it kind of depends. I mean, saying that was really kind of just my way to get off of topic. So you're trying to I'm saying like, oh, this is what's up with my supervisor. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm not going back. I'm good. But I want to talk about my roommates. The practicing of it, depending on what it is like, let me just make sure. Let's get back to what you originally talked about. And you're right. Maybe it gets resolved. And now you get through this, and now you are going way back to the beginning, saying, okay, so that we got that settled. You also mentioned your roommates. Is that something that would be helpful to talk about today? You mentioned some boundaries. So to me, that is going to be a separate piece of the work. But for this exercise, you're going to just practice those three in like sequentially. That makes sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. You ready?
I hope.
Yeah, it's great. So my partner puts me down all the time, and my friends won't hang out with him anymore, and I just really want us to all be together. And I'm hoping that we can talk about how my friends and my partner can get along better.
That's tough with your partner, how he's not getting along with other people. Must be hard for you. It's not frustrating. Is there a little bit more about why he's kind of separated from your partner?
So yes. So you think about, Hunter, what would when I am first statement I made, that's where your focus is. That's what I want you to try to hold me to. So as the client, what could you say to keep me focused on the put downs, the way I'm being treated negatively?
How do you feel about the way things are kind of being treated at the moment with your partner? I don't know.
Not good. I mean, they just are really mean to me and put me down all the time. I don't like it.
So, I'm sorry, this is just difficult.
It is, yeah. No, it is hard. You're right. It is hard.
A lot of questions go to kind of really go through this. So, I'm gonna put a friend on that one.
Well, you're fine. So let's do it this way. If I we'll start again, and I'll say the same thing, and then just practice the holding the focus. So just see what it's like to get me back to that original, like focus on what I'm saying originally. So my partner puts me down all the time, is pretty negative, says just really kind of crappy things to me, and my friends are like, we're not gonna hang out anymore with them. And so I want to figure out ways that you can help me keep my friends liking my partner.
What kind of things are putting you down from your partner?
Well, I mean, they just like everything. It's like the way I look, the way I talk. They think my job is kind of a joke. They don't really, yeah, it's just like mean stuff a lot. But I want my friends to hang out more. So that's what I want to figure out is like, how can I get them to like see past that and just hang out again?
Understood, but if I may ask, is this put down more kind of harming you itself rather than relationship with just your friends?
Yeah, good. And that's really great. That's not one of these, but it is a great intervention. So you're asking a question where I am centering on like could this be abuse? Like, what is the nature of the put downs? I brought it up. Something's up, but you're in that sense giving me kind of space to look at it in terms of is this the put downs issue? But also, I'm hearing you're missing that connection with your friends. But you're hearing me say, I want to just figure it out with my friends. I want my friends to like him or her or them. And you're helping me kind of discern, is this like an issue with you and the put downs as opposed to the way I'm talking about my friends? Does that make sense? So like,
I feel like I go on more of a person-centered approach because that's just the way I've been trained for a very long time. So it's kind of hard to break that barrier.
Well, that's helpful. So how would you maybe discern person-centered? So if you didn't practice these interventions, what would you have said different? Like if I said, yeah, my partner puts me down all the time and is super negative and my friends are just not going to hang out with him anymore. And I want them to.
Well, there's multiple questions I would have asked. Definitely is, how long has this been going on and why do you feel like your partner's doing this?
Okay, so you would be gathering more data about the put down or put down pounds, that sort of thing at that point prior to movement. Okay, yeah. So does it make sense then, Hunter, for you in terms of like, let's just do one more and you can shift me back. Just practice that. So you asked me one of those questions. So tell me more about the put downs, okay? So now practice the shifting. So I mean, it's kind of like it's just always been going on. I don't really have any specifics, but I do think my friends. There's something up with my friends. Like they're kind of a little bit judgy and controlling, and are just like made the decision that no matter what, we're just not gonna hang out anymore.
Okay, I see where you're going with this. I understand what you're saying, but kind of reverting back to what you were saying about your partner, and then you're kind of shifting over saying that control. Do you feel as if this is the same behavior from your partner?
actually confused. What? So let's try. So what I think, well, you tell me, when you're trying to shift me back to the topic about the put downs. So I am saying, yeah, like kind of dismissing it. So you don't even know what is going on with these put downs. It's like I say, oh, put downs, and then I'm on to something else. Your role with this is to practice how can you get me back to focus on what are these put downs? What is happening? As opposed to focusing on my friendship or getting them to like this person, you're trying to get me back to talk about what is happening with these come downs. Does that make sense? Yeah. So let's move on. Unless you want to do it again, we totally can. But I mean, as long as you feel like that kind of makes sense.
Or we try again. It really does. Because I think the point of the question, what I was trying to revert to, was have you identified what was going on with your friends? Say you observed them being controlling and all that, and then kind of shifting it back to, do you believe your partner is doing the same thing that you identified with your friends?
Yes.
I could have said it differently, but.
Well, no, I think that's the challenge of all of us, friends, is there are so many, nuances so much. And I really want to highlight under recognizing person-centered view, that's important. So knowing like, this is a little bit different than person-centered. So that in itself is a victory, frankly, that you can discern between this might be different than that. That's great. We'll take it. Good job. Thank you for practicing. Okay, Gabrielle, you ready, friend? Okay, so I am struggling with my weed habit. I use every day after work, and I notice that I'm actually really irritated when I have class 6 to 9, because normally that's when I would be taking some edibles. So I think I might just actually need to stay off of screens before bed, because that probably is what's causing me to not fall asleep.
Okay. I'm hearing what you're saying. I wanted to go back a little bit. You were talking about your marijuana use. Can you tell me a little bit more about why you may be smoking?
Well, because, yeah, I mean, I just want to relax. I just get through the day, and I, do my internship, I go to class, I work my job, and it's just kind of gives me a release. A little bit of, I can breathe at the end of the day.
Okay. Definitely hearing you on that. This is like the joining part right now, right?
You did. I think you did. You joined. Like you said, I'm hearing you. So now ask me something else, and then then you can practice the shift.
Okay. So you use the marijuana to help you feel relaxed. Do you feel like it's actually benefiting you?
So yeah, I mean, I like how I feel. I definitely feel relaxed, but it's becoming like a habit. It's just like every day I come home and I just take it, and the class time is a bummer. Like I didn't even want to register for classes at 6 to 9 because that is normally when I'm home for work and I'm popping an edible, and I'm not supposed to be on substances during class, which is kind of weird. Like they should really. That should be something, if I'm taking it for medicine, for my anxiety, what if somebody did that? Then they should be able to use weed.
Okay. So you're using the marijuana every day despite having class as well, and knowing that you're not supposed to be using it or shouldn't be using it. Is that what I'm understanding?
So try to, rather than get me your understanding, Gabrielle, try to use words to shift me back to what is the focus, which is the weed. Now I'm kind of talking about other people with weed and anxiety and the system thing. So you want to just shift me back to talking about what I'm originally talking about is I'm struggling with my weed habit.
Okay. I had to come up with a better question. I feel like there's more.
It can be a statement too, Gabrielle. For all of you, the shifting. If you don't, here's the other thing. If you don't have your books, please get your books out because the authors tell you exactly what to say. So I'm not trying to be patronizing at all, but if you feel stuck, look at some of those examples, and you will find ones that you're like, I would never say that. Others will feel a little bit more like your personality and who you are. That's why they're there, is to help you kind of if you're stuck. So it can be, I guess that's the other piece, Gabrielle, it could be a statement. You're saying, let's go back to talking about the habit of the weed. I hear you saying, you're joining me, I hear you talk about people use it for anxiety. I'm interested in what you said about it being a habit for you. Like, you want to get me back to what I'm there for.
Okay, that makes more sense. Because that's what I was having a hard time, like, I have the examples up, but, like, trying to take what they have and read.
I know, yes. In real time, real fast. I get it, yeah.
Okay, so
let's do it again, and just the shifting. So I'm going to kind of go blah, 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 and then what might you say to shift me back to my focus about my weed habit?
Okay.
Yeah, so it does help me. I feel relaxed, and then I think about not taking classes from 6 to 9. And that is kind of, somebody said something like, that's an indication that you're an addict. If you are purposely not taking classes, because you could be using. And I mean, I also think that's a little bit of a problem for people that do use it, medicinally. Like, they should let us have that if we need it during class time.
okay, so going back, from what I hear, or from what you've said, is no, because that's again trying to get understanding. Okay.
I love that you want to understand. I mean, again, that is really a great. I mean, truly, that's an amazing skill set. Is you want me to feel heard, and you also need to understand where I'm coming from.
Okay, so you've given me no. I'm sorry, guys.
You don't have to apologize. That's what we're doing. You're fine.
So how does this? No, that's it. Well, you said it can be a question or a statement.
You can. Mm-hmm.
You've given me a lot of information, but let's go back a step and talk about your marijuana use specifically.
Perfect. That's it. Yes. Yes. I think, again, just like last time, when we're in this, and you are in this position, you're overthinking, right? I mean, all of you are. And that is part of this. So know that is going to be happening. I think once you say it, and I'm like, yeah, that's it, then you're like, oh, that wasn't that bad, right? Do you feel that?
Yes.
Okay. So, good. I mean, we can do it a little bit more, but if you feel okay, we can move on.
Yeah, no, I feel good. I think I just really have to focus on trying to not just understand.
Well, yes. That is, again, yeah, that is part of it. These are, you're practicing them so that you can practice a deliberate intervention deliberately. So as opposed to these general, like, tell me more about that, seeking to understand, those are our global interventions that you all are getting really good at knowing. This is different. This is like, again, a specific deliberate intervention. And it is different. So thank you for trying. Okay, good. Angel. Okay, we're gonna regurgitate some of these. Let's see. So I'm at my internship, and I have this supervisor who's just really mean to me and only like calls me out on all the mistakes I make. And but whatever. Like, I'm good with my hours, so I really think I want to talk about my situation with my roommates.
Okay, so I hear that you're frustrated with your supervisor. Do you want to tell me a little bit more about how you interpret her being mean to you?
Yeah, I mean, I get, it's just like, oh, she read a progress note, and when she sent it back, all the comments were negative. Like, you should have written this in person-centered language. You should have, like, all these things I did wrong.
Okay, yeah, I hear you. That's super frustrating. Have you discussed this with her at all?
So I feel like really she should be talking to me. Like, she's the supervisor, so she should know to be nice to people. I wonder about that with like, how do people decide you can be an internship supervisor? Like, do they vet them? Because like, I don't know how someone let her be a supervisor, but she's just kind of mean to be in that position.
Okay, I hear you. I do want to go back to focusing on, how you feel when she talks to you and give you these progress notes. So maybe we
Stop.
can. Okay.
Stop.
I think that is a big problem for me. Is I like.
Same, friend. Same. If it hasn't been evident already, you all know that is I have to be very intentional about my words. So these kind of interventions, it does help me to know when I would use it and then practice using it, because I am the same way, Angel. I like, how do I tie it up? I want there to be a resolution.
That's
Yeah, I
where I'm
want
at.
yes. So that is great to know that right now. Honestly, knowing that you tended to talk more, that's good to know, because you can pay attention to it and just cut yourself off and it'll feel weird. But notice that. Notice what it's like when you do that, and then see how the client reacts.
Okay.
Yeah, good. Well done. Okay, Sarah. Okay, let's do this one. So my parents are always in my business, and they want to know so many details of my personal life, and it just feels like they don't need to know all this kind of personal stuff. So I'm trying to plan a way to, well, and they don't do it with my brother, so I think it's weird that they don't do this to my brother, but they always are asking me questions into my business.
Yeah, it sounds like you're really frustrated with your parents. How is that impacting you?
So it sounds like it's adjoining. So before that, which you're not wrong, that is right. What could you say to keep me, instead of talking about now my brother and my parents, you want to keep me holding the focus on how I my feelings regarding my parents. So do that first, and then you'll do the joining. So so they blah 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 blah, my brother and blah blah blah.
Yeah, before we kind of talk about your brother, I wanted to go back and kind of just ask how you're feeling about the dynamic with your parents.
It just seems unfair, I guess. Like they don't ask him the same kind of questions or seem like it matters as much about him as it does about me.
Yeah, that sounds really difficult.
It is. Yeah, it's hard. And again, about my brother, he's like this golden child, and everything he does is right and perfect, and he's like an attorney, and he has this great job and all this money, and it's like they can't just accept that I am a bleeding heart social worker who is never going to make more than $60,000 a year.
Yeah, and I can hear like you kind of go into your brother, but I'm still wondering like how that's impacting you. Can you tell me more about your
how my brother impacts me?
About your experience. So kind of putting the brother aside for a little bit and just
Perfect. Good, Sarah. So that is a great way to say, like, let's put it aside. I mean, I've heard, let's put that on the shelf, and we'll come back to that. It's really important that we talk about your feelings regarding your parents first. And again, if you have context with this client and they are somebody that tends to be more superficial or defense, like they have a lot of defenses, they kind of say something but they don't go in depth. You would continue. This could be repetitive. All right, I'm going to keep you going. Let's stay focused. Let's focus on your weed. Let's focus on this. And you can be saying the same statement 15 times. And each time to get them to go back. And then again, it's good for you to be aware of. Does that kind of facilitated therapy, what is that like for you? A lot of people are like, I don't want to have to say the same thing 15 times. Others are like, I'm going to keep doing this. It feels good until we have a resolution. So just notice that too. Yeah. Does that feel okay? You have any questions? Okay. All right, Valerie.
Mhm.
I am kind of mad right now that I let my kid borrow my car and she smashed into the garage and didn't tell me. And it's annoying. And I'm now having to make all these phone calls with the company to get everything fixed, and I do not have time to be making all these calls.
So let's go back a little bit. So you said you were angry with your child. So tell me a little bit more about that.
Well, I guess I don't know if it's anger or frustration, but like she knows how to back out the car from the garage, and she's done it, and she didn't ask for help. It just seems stupid. Like she knows to just ask for help, but she didn't, and now I am the one that has to make all these phone calls and spend money getting my vehicle repaired, and our garage door doesn't shut. It's just a pain.
Yeah, that sounds really frustrating. So when you say that you're feeling like conflicted about whether it's anger or frustration, what do you think it's more like?
You know what does actually bother me the most is that I have a work day 9 to 5, and I have to make these calls for the repairs during that time, and I can't leave work to do it. Like that annoys me.
Okay. So let's go back a little bit back to the car thing, and with your child. So I know you mentioned feeling frustrated and angry, and feeling like overwhelmed. So let's kind of talk about that situation a little bit.
Good. So you notice that I was kind of talking a bit outside of the scope, more about the planning and the logistics of it, but you kept me back with what is the feeling, what is the meat of this, which is my anger or frustration towards my kid. Which is great. And the joining you did a couple different times, but yeah, I mean, how did it feel? Did it feel like you were deliberately doing those three?
Oh my
The
god.
holding the focus and the shifting the focus. I feel like the joining is like, I don't know. I didn't know if I did a really strong joining, but okay.
Yeah, I hear you say, it sounds like, that is a joining. And this is, the way that McHenry talks about it is really rapport, continuing rapport, which is general, I mean, in this case, I am saying words and I am recognizing that you hear me. That is a joining, which you did do.
Okay.
Yeah, good, great. Okay, Hannah, last but not least.
Easy.
Okay, you ready?
Yes.
I am so sick of my graduate program, and I just want to graduate and be done, and I truly feel like I am not going to learn anything new at this point, and I am thinking about, like, what could I do to just finish and not actually, like, can I just get my degree? Like, can I just be done?
Before we get there, can we talk a little bit more about why you're so sick of your graduate program?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm not sick of the program. I guess what I'm sick of is feeling like I'm not doing anything well. I feel like I go to my internship and I'm the whole time thinking about the assignment that's due the next day. And then when I'm working on my assignment, all I'm thinking about is what am I going to make for dinner for my kids? And when do I get my progress notes? So it's probably not the program itself, it's just more of everything that's on my plate, I guess.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I'm sorry you're in that position.
Yeah, it's kind of like, I think about, there should be different ways that we can be taught some of these therapeutic skills and not have to have so much on our plate. And did you see the hockey finals for the Olympics? Did you watch that?
Let's talk about that in a minute, but first can we talk again about the program and kind of all the things that you have in your schedule?
Good. Great. Good. So for you, Hannah, to me, tell me if I'm wrong, recognize instead of going on something else, and then just whoop, bring me right back. Yeah, good, great.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I think before we go into chapter 10 for the rest of you to practice, that is another piece again to give yourself grace about is these are, like we said, talked about last time, you're probably not going to deliberately, oh gosh, I'm going to go holding the focus, then joining, then shifting the focus. Or I'm specifically going to do this like in real time. That's hard to do. But so if you're feeling confused and putting them all together in an order is challenging, that it's by design going to be challenging. Okay, so for chapter 10, those of you who are going to do this one, this is really important when you're thinking about your clinical identity and who you are. If these kind of interventions feel like they align with you, or they're a little bit whoopee, hooey, a lot of the creative things, imagery, metaphors, this is not everybody's jam. So be thoughtful about, as you're hearing them or reading about it, if this is something that might fit for you. So we're going to do creative imagery first. So actually, you're going to start as the therapist. So you're going to set it up, doing a creative imagery. Then I will respond. And based on my response, you'll practice logical consequences. So that's where you're imagine doing something and like, can I imagine that change? What would it be like if this did happen? So the first is you are going to start. So who's first? Oh, Summer. Oh, Summer, you get to be first. So the first thing you're going to do, Summer, and again, you'll be great, no worries. It's a safe space. If you see that as really just a way to get me started, get me used to what this imagination, short and sweet, then you do the logic, and then you'll, based on what I say for the consequences, see if you can come up with something that would fit for me to do a focused imagery.
I was gonna go with the first one.
Great, go on.
Okay, I want you to close your eyes and imagine a place that is warm and safe. A place you like to go, like the beach, the ocean. The sun is coming down on you. It's beautiful weather. It's not too hot, not too cold. It's perfect.
Yeah, I'm there. Yep.
Okay. How does that feel?
It's kind of hard because I just, I'm gonna fail this class that I'm in, and I'm at the point where I have to drop her. It's like drop her ed is tomorrow, and so I have to decide either I drop this class that I'm gonna fail, but then I have to take it a year later. I gotta push my graduation back, but I also know I'm failing, so I just don't know what to do.
Am I supposed to go back to the imagery or just go into what you just shared?
Yep, exactly. So based on what I shared, practice what would you say to practice the logical consequences?
Okay, so have you considered the pros and cons if you decide to go ahead and drop?
Yeah, I mean, I think the major con is that if I drop, then I have to retake this class, and at Ferris, you can only take the classes one semester. So that means I have to take it again next spring. And the pro, I guess, is just that I know I'm overwhelmed, and I'm not doing well, and I'm in fact failing. So it kind of feels like it might be a good idea to drop a class just so that the other classes I can do well.
Absolutely, I understand what you're saying. Have you reached out to your professor to discuss your grade and if there is a possibility that you could probably hang in there?
So pause, Summer. I know you're therapeutically, yep, that would be okay. Now practice instead of that direction. Practice doing the focused imagery. What would be a way? So try to get me to practice the focused imagery and what my logical consequences are. So if I'm saying, like you asked me my pros and cons, and I'm like, yeah, I can tell you. pros and cons. What might be something I could imagine doing to see what it might feel like?
Now, okay, since you are aware of the pros and cons of either way, whether you drop or don't, how would, I guess, the outcome, have you considered how the outcome will make you feel in the end?
Yeah, I mean, yes. And like in this, we're talking about, so imagine that you drop the class. So you're actually getting me to do that metaphor that imagine. So you had me imagine. Yeah, like I imagine I was in a warm beach. So I did that. I could like put myself there. This is an opportunity to do something where the client is actually putting themselves in that. Imagine that you did make this difficult choice to drop. I want you to sit with that imagine. What comes up for you? What do you feel? What do you notice? So now you're getting me to actually, what if I don't want to say that. So just practice that.
Okay, so basically, I want you to kind of sit with that idea of you dropping the class. How would that feel? Like, I guess put yourself in that space of imagining once you drop the class. Okay, now what's next? What's next for you? What are you feeling? What is the outcome?
Yes. Good. That's it. Yes. So then, what Summer, the idea of this is that I'm imagining, I'm putting myself in those shoes. It's similar to like an empathy sort of practice, but I'm actually just like you got me to be in the warmth and the sun, and I was relaxed. It's the same thing where now you're allowing me to be deliberately in that space, and then clients may say, "Ooh, I feel relief. I notice my body. I got like hairs on my back of my head. Ooh, that." So your intuition is like, "Quit this class," but we are in our head all the time, right? So you're putting me in that position. It's going to give me some more experiential information.
So basically, I'm asking them to kind of like they imagine being on the beach. Okay, imagine where you would be mentally, physically, and all the things if you were to drop that class. Now, where are you now? How do you feel about that now? I guess am I saying the right thing? But I get what you're saying. I guess I don't have the verbiage to bring it home. I guess.
Do you have the book, Summer?
I do. Actually, right in front of me. It's almost like I was trying to like find a prompt that would kind of.
Yeah. So like the ones that are like, okay, now that we just, and I think you did this one. Now we talked about the pros and the cons. So this is the first one. I want you to close your eyes and imagine the conversation you'll have with your professor when you drop the class. Or I want you to imagine sitting at your computer and hitting the button to withdraw. Okay, and you're actually and this like you
paint the picture for them.
Yes, exactly. Yep. And there are clients that this is going to work very well with. These kind of imagining, using metaphors. This works amazing for like our highly sensitive friends that I work with, neurodiverse folks, even with certain different types of ADHD, where we tend to, not everybody, but we're in our heads a lot, but the experiential, the visceral feelings of it, like the imagining, we don't do as much. So this puts us in that spot, and then you are there to assist me. So like if what is in your body? What do you notice? What thought came up? What was your feeling? I mean, you can elaborate as much as you want based on your client, but the purpose of it, I guess, does that make sense? Even
can I try one more? That's what I got. I think I got it, but I just want to have the right verbiage, I guess.
Yeah, let's do it. Okay, I'll make this one shorter. So I am really struggling with my anxiety and having these panic attacks, and I definitely needed to figure that out. But I don't know. I've been watching a lot of the Olympics, and that's been really nice for me. I like watching the Olympics. Do you?
Yeah, you threw me.
Now hold the focus. You just want to hold my focus.
Yes.
Playing with Nick Diaz was hard.
Definitely love the Olympics, but I wanted to touch back on you said you experienced some anxiety?
Yeah, panic attacks, anxiety. Yeah.
I lost what I was going to say. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh man. At this point, are we on the logical consequences portion, or are we still?
You're still holding the focus. Yep.
Oh.
So what could you say to keep me away from the Olympics and keep my focus back on my panic attacks or my anxiety?
Okay. Where are you when you're experiencing these panic attacks? Like, what is going on? What space are you in? What are you thinking about? Or what's happening before the panic attacks, or when you feel it coming on? I guess what's happening at that time?
I guess I don't know for sure. I mean, I just know that I get I feel like I'm gonna die. Like I can't breathe and stuff. It's pretty scary.
Yeah, that sounds scary.
Yeah, and what happens a lot of times is it is really scary to have them. And then I guess I'm distracting myself from them, and I am actually interested in what you think about the Olympics. Like, have you been hearing about what's going on with that?
I gotta take a fast shit.
The show for now. I really want to focus on the anxiety, the panic attacks, and kind of like.
Stop. That's it. That could be it. Yes. That is the intervention. The intervention is you're saying, hey, we'll put the Olympics on a shelf. We'll come back to that if we have time. It's important that we shift our focus back to your anxiety. I mean, frankly, you can say those words. If that's going to help, we're going to shift the focus. Or, ooh, I really want you to hold the focus right now on your anxiety. Like, as soon as somebody starts going off the tangent, you can keep them there. Hold this. I know it's hard. It's important that we stay focused on your anxiety. What did you feel? Right? Does that make sense? And then you validate for me, join with me, and then the shifting is like, ooh, you did it. You did do it. Okay. Yeah, good. I appreciate you trying and asking questions about it. That's what this is for. Good. Absolutely. Thank you. Yeah, you're welcome.
What the fuck?
I am ready whenever you are.
Ready. Go ahead.
Alright. So I kind of want to change up things a little bit and go in a different route. So if you're comfortable with it, would you mind just taking a breath for me? And I want you to imagine your life 1 year from now. And things are going better for you than the circumstances you're currently in. When you picture your life, what is different and what's going well?
I think the first thing that came up that I pictured was that I had graduated with my MSW and I was working in a job that I loved.
Okay. So you graduate with your MSW, you're working in a job that you love. So if you are on that track, what are some realistic outcomes that can come from that, from graduating?
I mean, I think, being done with school, I'll have more time, more energy. I hopefully will get to apply some of the stuff I learned. And, I mean, really, I just want to help people. I think that's what I want, ultimately, is to make a difference in people's lives.
Okay. Trying to make a difference in people's lives. So now I want you to kind of imagine your current life, and I want you to imagine what things might look like for you tomorrow morning. So let's say your alarm goes off, and you're completely done with your master's program and stuff like that. And I want you to picture yourself in that vision of yourself in the future. What would they do to kind of start their day off?
Drink coffee. A lot of coffee, probably more coffee. I don't know, I guess probably just go to my job. I'm a therapist is what I want to do, and I want to have a private practice. So I think I would have some coffee and drive to my job and see my first client.
Okay. So I want you to imagine how can we kind of shift that to make that into a realistic thing for you.
Yeah, good. So
Where did the light go?
Good job. Good. So let me ask a clarification. on like getting up and being in that role. Is that right?
Yeah.
So for that piece, what do you think was different from the creative imagery at the beginning, having me think about a year from now, and then the focused?
Oh my
Well,
gosh.
You're thinking about
Bro,
it
where did the
as if
fucking...
you're actually like implementing, how can we implement this and make this a
Oh my
realistic for you
god.
Yeah, great. That's great. And I think that the
I gotta
way
take a
that
shit.
you did that, that was good because I was like, ooh, I think I know, and that's good because it's demonstrating that they're not linear. Like these interventions, the way you are going to articulate it might be a little bit different than what Hunter or Jenna say, but you're all right. So did your flow? I mean, it seemed really good and solid. How was it for you?
I mean, it felt like a little bit awkward because it wasn't like you focused on something more positive, which I wasn't necessarily expecting. So
Yes.
you try to find like consequence for something that's positive.
Yeah.
So that was a little bit awkward, but I felt like other than that it was fine.
Yeah, good. Only other thing I could offer from that potentially is you can always then add on again and do another logical consequence. So now I'm talking about the positive. Oh yeah, so that's a positive outcome. Have you considered anything that might be a challenge for you? What might be a negative? Because sometimes me just saying like, oh, I'll miss my friends, I'll miss the structure I've had. Like you might get some other information that come back. But yeah, that's well done. Good. Okay, cruising along, Jen. Becca.
Oh boy.
You're doing great. It's no worries. So here's one thing too, I think. When you start, let me give you like a general, because I think this might be helpful. We're gonna be talking about depression. So I'm a client that's got some depression. So you're gonna start with this creative imagery and then move into the logical consequences. But you're gonna do this creative imagery knowing I've got some depression, and then let me say something so that you can give me a logical consequence. Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay.
So before we begin today, I want you, if you feel comfortable, to close your eyes for me. If you don't feel comfortable, that's also okay. But just in your mind, I want you to think about what makes you feel safe. What is a safe, comfortable space for you? Are you there? Do you need a little bit more guidance?
No. I got it. I'm good.
Okay. Just take it all in and kind of feel like what it feels like to be in that safe space.
Yeah, I noticed that safety like that was very I was enclosed, like I was in a box almost. And that also kind of makes me think about some of my depression stuff where like it was safe to feel in this box, like no one could hurt me. And then I think about with my depression, I'm really struggling with like whether or not I should start meds because it's just, I feel weak taking meds and I feel like I'm a therapist that I should be able to figure this out without meds. That feels kind of like a cop-out. And so I'm struggling with that.
Okay, so I hear you talking about that you want to kind of maybe need a little bit of help trying to figure out, do I go on meds, do I not go on meds, and that's something you're struggling with. Am I hearing that correctly?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so what I want you to do is let's pick a path. So let's say you do decide to go on meds. In this moment, what are some pros and cons of going on meds?
Well, I guess the con is mostly, like, the first thing is just stigma. Like, I don't want anybody to know, and I feel kind of embarrassed about it, and, like, it seems stupid, but I feel like I'm above that, because I'm, like, a therapist, and I should know better. A pro, though, is I do have good health insurance, and I know my partner's on meds, and the insurance to cover it. And I guess I have noticed how, she takes meds for anxiety, and I have noticed a difference for her with the anxiety, so it makes me think it might also be a benefit to me to reduce my depression. So that's another pro.
Okay. And then just really quick, what are some pros and cons or situations you feel if you don't take meds?
I think probably the con is just still feeling shitty, feeling depressed. And then the pro would be I can still, tell people that I've never been on meds, that I've been able to manage my depression without meds.
Okay. So now that we've thought about kind of the pros and cons on both sides, let's do a little bit more imagination. And so let's say that you do decide to go on to meds. What does that look like for you?
I mean, it probably looks like calling my doctor, I guess, to talk about it.
Okay. That's a good start. And then if you decide not to go on meds, what do you think would be the next step there?
So, nothing. I guess I would just keep talking to you about my depression. And so for this one, Becca, that is spot on. What I would encourage you to do to strengthen it is to have me put me in that situation. So, and just like I had you imagine your safe spot, safe space, let's do the same with this. And shut your eyes if that was helpful. And I want you to imagine that you called your doctor and you're on the phone with your doctor and you're going to ask about medication. Imagine you're doing that. And that puts me in it, and my focus is now on like, oh shit. If I'm like, I'm sweating all of a sudden just imagining it. Or I'm like, I'm excited. Like, that's their job. Does that make sense? Like, you're going to have some information about how, and I will have information about what it's like viscerally. It makes sense?
Yeah.
Does that different? Okay. Yeah, well done. I mean, how did it feel for you?
I was a little nervous just because I have a lot of imposter syndrome with everything having to do with therapy anyway. And so I think it was helpful to kind of like go through the book beforehand and see those examples because I love an example. I love a template. And I know that like not every session has a template or has the answer or it's going to be like, all right, I'm going to take you through creative imagery. But it's helpful for me on the clinician side to like have some of those examples and then I can kind of pick like which one I think might go well or which way we can go with this. So that part was really helpful. But once it kind of felt a little natural. I mean, I'm not the most like I'm gonna think in my brain kind of person and imagine things, but it made the logic part of my brain was like, I like this.
Oh, yeah, that's good insight. I would think even the next kind of step in for you or for anybody is as you're looking at the book and like the examples again that fit, highlight it. The ones that you know right now aren't, I mean, maybe not highlighted, you can even cross them out. But as you flip through your chapter, then you could put like last year I had a student who put in, she was like girl type A, the color coordinated stickies, and actually put in like depression, and there was like so that she had it, she could flip through it, and there was ones that she never has used ever, and there's others that she continued to practice, but she did similar to what you're doing, like deliberately look through what fits, what doesn't, how might I use this, what am I never gonna do, and that platform like to build off of was a good start, good point. Yeah, good for you.
I've already thought about how to make note cards.
I love everything about that. Yes, please do. Yeah, good. Okay. Jenna.
I'm ready.
Okay, so let's do something similar. You'll start with the creative, and let's have it be something around. Well, let's see. It doesn't matter. You start, and then I'll say something so that you can do the logical consequences.
Okay. Alrighty. Before we get started today, I just want to take some time and have you relax and get your mind into a place where you feel safest, a place, you would consider your safe place. Once you get to that place, I want you to tell me what that looks like for you.
I am sitting in the woods at my favorite hiking trail. And it is safe. And actually that's funny that you started with that because what I want to talk to you about is this struggle I'm having with We talked a couple weeks ago about maybe you would refer me to someone for EMDR to work through my trauma, and I'm still really nervous about that. I'm just scared that it's going to do something weird to my brain, and I just don't know why should I do that instead of just still talking to you?
Yeah, no, I totally understand that. Can you tell me about some of the things that you're worried about and maybe some of the things that you're excited about?
The worry is just, I think, what's going to happen to me. I don't want to talk about my trauma again. I do not want to talk about it. I'm worried that it's going to make me sick. I've heard people that get throw up sometimes, or I don't want the memories. I don't want to think about it. And the positive is just what you've told me, that it might be helpful for me to process my trauma.
Okay, yeah. Now I want you to close your eyes, and I want you to imagine yourself in that first session of EMDR. You're sitting in the chair right before the session, and I want you to tell me how you're feeling.
Like I'm gonna puke. I feel scared. But maybe a little excited, maybe a little interested.
Okay, okay, cool.
That's it. Great. So for you, Jenna, what was the flow like?
I think the flow for me, I think it went pretty smoothly. I think I knew the second you said EMDR, I was like, okay, you're weary about it, so let's talk about, what are the good things, what are the bad things you're thinking about, and then just to look on the positive end, I think that, getting your mind to a place where, you're actually facing that, I think that's, having that topic was, it flowed pretty well, I think.
Good, yeah. I mean, it was very well done. Part of it is also, I appreciate you recognizing. So that's what you all are kind of this next level is, what is the client saying? What are their words? And you, like that, you connected, I said EMDR, and you noticed there may be some weariness there. Again, that is actually therapy. So when I think back about imposter stuff about doing therapy or not doing it right, and all that pressure you have, those basic foundational skills, in this book when they're talking about pragmatic therapy, those things like eye contact, safety, listening, it feels like you're not doing enough, and genuinely that relational piece is therapy. And understanding my words or getting clarification so that we are connected and on the same page is therapy. So yes, there's amazing theories and techniques and specializations, all of that, but these interventions, noticing which ones you like, which ones you're nervous about, which you never do, that is part of how you are going to grow as a clinician, right? So I appreciate all of you taking some risks in doing this, especially in front of other people. I know it's hard. But thank you, Jenna. Okay, Brooklyn. All right, pal. You start me off, and then I'll give you something, and we'll
What?
consequence.
I would like you to take a minute to close your eyes and imagine a time or place where you felt safe and at ease. And once you're there and you've kind of sat there for a second, what's coming up for you?
I am at the beach, and I am listening to the sound of the waves crashing. Yeah. I really need to go to the beach and have a vacation, and it's wild that you said that because I'm trying to figure out whether or not I should spend money to go on a spring break trip, and I just am really conflicted about whether that's a good decision or not.
Yeah, I definitely understand that. So when it comes to being conflicted, what are some potential consequences that could come out of purchasing them?
Well, I don't have money. I'll have to put it on a credit card. I really can't afford it. That's a definite con. And it just seems like luxurious, above and beyond. That's something that I would do maybe when I'm out of school and have a job and more money.
So I would like you to close your eyes again and picture yourself in when you finish school and you're stable in your career and you've built up your bank account a little more and you have that financial freedom to take that vacation, what will this look like? Will you still have that same vacation, or will you choose to go somewhere else?
So I do love that. This is now the Carolyn, not the client. What I would have you try, Brooklyn, is rather than have me imagine a year from now, like when I have the job, I'm trying to decide now. Like I'm in school, should I spend this money to go on vacation? So try it again, and how would you get me to use that focus imagery to help me make my decision now, as opposed to when I have a job?
So imagine yourself in your position you're in right now, not a year from now, right now. What can you do to still kind of fuel that traveling need in you, or the want to go somewhere or go see warm weather? Like what? Yeah, that's
No, I know what you're saying. You're trying. That is like trying to help me. Like, what would that need mean? Like, if I want to travel because I feel bored, you're trying. Am I right? Like, what else could? What's an alternative? Could you get that boredom met without having to spend money? Is that right? Is that what you're thinking? Yeah, which is okay. But for this specific intervention, you're gonna want to like imagine you are making that decision. Push the button. Like, put me in that spot. Like, once you've done that, I'm telling you the main thing is I don't want to spend money. I don't know we didn't talk about the pros, but let's say we did. Now you want to give me a chance to see what that's actually feeling like in that position, and maybe some information will come out.
Okay. So imagine you did spend the money to go on the trip. Imagine you're on the beach. What's the outcome of this decision?
Yeah, that's good. I feel relaxed. I feel happy. I'm drinking beer on the beach. I'm, amazing. Good. So does that make sense of the difference between the two?
I was trying to like problem solve instead of, yeah.
100%. But my gosh, Brooklyn, frankly, the fact that you recognize that was problem solving, victory. Yeah, good. Nice. Okay. Stephanie.
Ready.
All right. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. All right. So before we get started, I want you to relax, close your eyes, lean back, get in a comfortable position, and I want you to imagine your favorite place or a dream place that you would like to go to, and kind of tell me what you see, what you smell, or even what you feel.
Well, the first thing that came up is being in Greece, in the Mediterranean.
Nice.
And that is actually something I was going to talk to you about anyways. I have a trip that I am supposed to go on with my daughter through her school, and I'm really struggling because I just don't know if she's going to be safe to go by herself on this trip, and so I think I'm not sure whether I should let her go or not.
Okay. So I think it'd be a good idea to kind of talk about, like, what is it that you are kind of nervous about, of what she might encounter at Greece? Like, what are some things that are worrying?
That she's going to be human trafficked. That's my biggest worry.
Okay.
Is even though it's so wild, I just can't stop thinking about her being abducted and, like, in the movie Taken. That's what happens.
Okay. So that is definitely a really big concern, and I understand. So I want you to take a second. I want you to imagine that you are your parent and what it would be like to be in a place that you don't know, like Greece, and kind of almost putting yourself in her shoes and kind of walk me through, like, what you feel like would almost be. Ooh, I feel like I almost had it.
Like, you're like, imagine that daughter and
Yes.
in Greece?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, I think it would be fun to travel out of the country, to be exposed to a different culture, to be immersed in, you know, some of those educational experiences. And, I would feel good, I think.
Okay, that's good.
That's it.
Okay,
we're
okay.
done. Yeah, so that, for you, Stephanie, that momentum, like I could feel like you were kind of like close. That happens all the time
Mhm.
where clients would be like, is this what you mean? And we're like, yes, thank you. That is okay, friends.
Okay.
If you aren't articulating the way you want, but your client's picking up what you're putting down, and if you work together long enough, sometimes they just kind of know, that is okay. Don't feel like you have to have it all perfect and they can't help you along.
Okay.
Because again, if you think about therapeutically, we want to have a relationship with them. We want them to feel safe and trust us. And part of that could be if just like that, I offered, do you mean this? And you say, yeah. For a client, that's helpful. I feel like, oh, I'm validated. I knew kind of what she was going to say. We're in a partnership.
Okay.
The vibe is just a little bit different. Rather than some of that power differential,
Mhm.
like you are the expert, you know everything, you're perfect. Look, does that make sense? Am I making sense what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Good. That was well done. How did it feel for you?
It felt good. I think I felt like I think it might have just been really helpful watching kind of how everybody else kind of did it. So I kind of had an idea of like how to go through the different approaches and stuff.
Yeah.
But I think it felt good. Just like towards the end, I felt like, how do I make the parent feel like not worried, that they can trust their kid, especially going on a school trip. Like there's other like safety rails for them and all that. So
Yes.
that's what I was trying to go for.
Yeah, and I think, so again, friends, in real practice, you've got 50 minutes. So these interventions might be real fast, but again, if it's useful to really get the nuance of what are you scared about? What gives you the anxiety? And I say the human trafficking. Okay, what else? So you can like lay it all out. What would be the positive? So you could do this on a whiteboard. If you're telehealth, you could put it, on the screen. If you're someone that's visual. So these, by design, can be short and sweet, or you can use them sequentially, like over and over in a session. So you were trying to get me to imagine, okay, you could be scared about her being human trafficked, legit, and also you are really excited. Like I can see that you want her to have this experience and how fun that might be. So part of that is just to bring it up to the surface. That's the logical consequences. Then there's other techniques, but in this case, you're allowing me to feel that, like, oh, she'd be so happy. And if that overtakes, like, part of the therapeutic pieces, both can be true at once. You can be real scared of her being human trafficked and equally excited for her to have this experience. So then the therapeutic work might be, how do you sit with the anxiety? What is that like for you? Or could be, I think what you were getting at too, the problem solving of, well, how can we prevent human trafficking?
Yeah.
Like, are there safety mechanisms? So again, depending on what the situation, you could get a little bit more nuance in that.
Awesome, great.
Yeah, good. Yeah, good job. Okay, so Nicole's gonna be at class tomorrow. So Morgan.
I'm ready.
All right, friend. Finish us off strong. No pressure. Okay, go ahead.
As we start today, I want you to close your eyes and try and find a place in your mind where you're not feeling judged. You don't feel like you have all these responsibilities or timelines to meet. When you're there, what does that look like for you? What are you feeling?
I imagine that I am floating in a sensory deprivation pool with warm water, and it's warm, and I have no stress, and I'm relaxed.
Okay. in terms of stress, what are some of the outcomes if you can alleviate some of that stress in your life? Positives, negatives?
Well, I'm always gonna have stress. I think that's just natural. The alleviating of it, the positive is then I can, I guess, be more present with my family, so I'm not so irritated with them. In short, I get that way when I'm stressed out. But I think the negative is I don't have any money to go to I see them advertised all the time, and it's like $100 an hour, and I do not have money for that. So it just seems like what would help me de-stress, I can't afford.
Let's take a moment and go back to you being fully present with your family. I want you to imagine that you're at the dinner table with your family and you're having a conversation with them. What does that look like when you're present with them?
Well, we don't have dinner together, so I wouldn't be doing that. We just don't have family meals. But being present with them looks like when they speak to me that I look them in the eye and I have the ability to hear what they're saying. Usually my brain is going so fast and I'm thinking about what I'm going to do for work tomorrow or what I have to get grading done or I have to do this, and I'm just kind of like not there.
Is that it?
Yeah.
We're good? Okay.
I think, and you actually, well, that was great because you just went with the stress thing and it was able to work out. And so you took the logical consequence piece was having me talk about the outcomes of addressing it or not addressing it and then getting me into that position. And I appreciate linking it with, like, I wanting to be present. So then, yeah, I think that was well done. What was it like for you?
It was decent, because I mean, when I do talk to clients now, I like saying that, like, oh, what would that look like for you if this was different? Like, yeah. So I kind of like not exactly the structure of it, but I like those questions, knowing where the client sees themselves.
Yeah, well, that's great. Then that's good for you, even if like that. So this imagery, creative metaphors, by design, these will help clients that fits with. Sometimes they may be challenged, but it's a different way. So for you, knowing like it seems like a bit you're solution focused in some ways. Like I want to know what they're thinking and then kind of move forward for like solving things. So those kind of interventions that maybe aren't as like psychoanalysis, like tell me about your mother, and really going back to the roots. It sounds like for you, interventions that are a bit more productive and efficient with treatment goals might fit.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Okay.
that.
Well, and again, that's great information. I think that's good for all of these. Good. Okay. Good job. Okay. Per usual, I ran out of time, but here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna hang for a minute just for general questions. Skylar, you had some good questions about class. For what I put it in Canvas, or I'll decide. I would highly, highly recommend that you practice chapter 15, the responses, on your own. I'm happy to make a Canvas shell, a discussion. We can have it a little bit more interactive. But that piece, and also reading through the transcript, I really like how if you have the audio, you can listen to them. They speak it too. It's really nice to see visually, and then what would that be word? Auditory of how this looks in practice. So that is a good exercise if you're able to do that. The challenge, I will say, and other students have said this in the past, is there's no answers. So if you're like, this is my response, but I want to know if I'm right, that you're not going to have it. So that could be something if we could do feedback, we could chat about it, I can do it in discussion board in Canvas. So I'll play around with that because that's what we were going to do is practice those where you would kind of go through and say what your response is and why you did that response, but we're going to attack. So I'll figure out a way for you to be able to do that if you want, just through Canvas. Does that make sense what I'm saying about that? Okay, great. like I said, I will hang out for a few more minutes to talk about class stuff in general. If you're good and you have any questions, feel free to leave for the evening. Hope you have a good night. I think the Sarah is what's coming up next. And then if you haven't, here's my plug again for scheduling your clinical feedback. So you can do 2 of those, 5 points each. If you get in your schedule now, then you don't have to worry about scrambling at the end of the semester. Okay, friends, that was a lot. Take some time for yourselves. Do you have class? Does anybody have class now? Like 6 to 9? Or are you good? Oh, you still do. Oh, sweet justice. Okay, well, do what you need to do to get ready for your class 6 to 9. Hang in there, and I'm around if needed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, so my question was about the personal features of that. Is that like I'm mixing that up with biopsychosocials, and so with those, would you?
You done?
Yes.
Oh my god! Did I win? He fucking won. How did he win? Oh my god, I'm getting fucking robbed. Ah.
Not trying to do nothing. So
What, man? What?
you keep making all these shots. You've been talking about the shots. You're talking about the slap. You're talking about been degrading my shit, bro. Like, what's up?
I'm not degrading your shit. I'm just saying you did get I brought you the final boss, slap final boss.
Okay.
I want you to face.
Brad said he not trying to do nothing. So what's up with you? What you trying to do? Cause you keep talking about slap and you keep throwing all these remarks, these slick remarks and shit, bro. What are you talking about? You've been doing that shit since we got in the podcast, bro. So I'm not. It's not respect. You don't respect me, bro. At the end of the day.
Oh, now you're gonna start shit with me?
These remarks, these slick remarks and shit, bro. What are you saying? Bro, you've been doing that shit since we got in the podcast, bro. So I'm not. It's not respect. You don't respect me, bro. At the end of the day.
Oh, now you're gonna start shit with me?
No, so we can step outside like men and
You're gonna start shit with me after the what? You're gonna start shit with me after you get fucking slapped in the elbow, and then now you
slap
talk
me
shit to
then.
me and you're talking shit to Sugar Sean like
Then you
that?
slap. Why don't you slap him?
Okay, I'll do it.
Come on.
You want to start shit with me after the what? You're gonna start shit with me after you get fucking slapped in the elbow, and then now
Then
you
you slap
talk
me
shit to
then.
me and you're talking shit to Sugar Sean like
Then you
that?
slap. Why don't you slap him?
Okay, I'll do it.
Come on.
You want to do it right now?
You're not gonna slap him.
Shit. All right.
Go.
Okay, fine.
Go.
Yo, come with me.
Yeah, I'm going.
I don't even know this guy like that.
I don't
What?
That's funny as shit.
You're talking about the slap. You're talking about been degrading my shit, bro. Like, what's up?
I'm not degrading your shit. I'm just saying you did get I brought you the final boss, slap final boss.
Okay.
I want you to face.
Brad said he not trying to do nothing.
Because street fighters, they weird. They fight different. So you can't box a nigga like, well, if I fought.
Islam is a legend. He's from Dagestan.
one of the forbids, guys.
Alright, time to log at the fucking pinches putos. Bitch. Move. Come on now. Come on in, boy. Oh! He fucking quit. Fucking bitch.
Oh, chat. I got my Russian visa. Obviously, these are troubling scenes that we may see here.
There was a headbutt there.
Yeah,
a head,
head.
head clash that caused the initial fall. And there you see George in the corner, seemingly all right in that moment, just like that, rapid.
Language do they speak there?
Polish.
English.
Yeah.
Alright, but I'm gonna take it, okay?
What the f- What the fuck? You fucking bitch. Shit. Little bitch. Little bitch. What? Oh. Oh shit, my bad.
Oh my god, spring break's almost coming up.
Is it?
Yeah.
Spring break.
Spring break is the week of my birthday.
Spring break is gonna be your birthday.
Yep. From March 8th to the 15th.
Shit, what are we doing?
I feel like we should
We should what?
go vacation.
Let's go to the trip. I found a.
I haven't heard you sing that in a minute.
Yeah.
You didn't sing it right, but you sung it on Sunday. I was just looking at my schedules because this is where we're at right now, this week.
Yeah.
This is all the weeks that we have left. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Wow.
We have 10 weeks left until school's done.
You're officially done?
For this semester.
The semester?
Yep. And then after that, I start again in the fall.
Damn. So you get like 3 months off?
Basically, if I'm gonna see if I can take some summer classes,
Yeah.
so I can finish early. But I don't know if they offer summer classes. But I'm just kind of looking ahead, kind of to see what I need to do. I really don't like this class because of the papers, but
I'm gonna be real with you, but I can barely hear you. Huh?
Kind of want more sushi. Not gonna lie.
What? There's chicharrón downstairs.
Is there?
Yeah, I didn't eat it all.
Maybe I'll get some of that. I gotta make the avocados. So I might make a.
We have avocados?
I might have to make a dip. So
Oh
that they
shit.
don't go bad.
Oh yeah.
But what was I gonna say? I forgot. Policy advocacy papers are really important.
Fuck off, bitch. Woo, you feeling that, boy? Oh, God. Come on, okay. Oh, he's fast. Damn. Damn. We gotta submit him. We gotta submit him! Get him! What? Fuck out of here. Little bitch. We gotta get him out. We are getting fucked up. Got him. 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 Fuck you. Fuck you. We went all the way down to 3. Now we're back at 15. Yes! Who Snapchatted you, huh?
You.
I'm gonna check out the auction place, see what kind of cars they got going on. Vámonos pues, güey. What the f- Wow. Wow. Fuck off. Get off of me. What is wrong with you? Holy crap. Yeah, you messed up, Vato. Fuck. Damn. Fuck off of me. What? 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 This is lame. What? Get off me. Oh my gosh. Bitch, fuck off of me. Get him down. Get the fuck off of me. What a bitch. He has to take me down. Oh my gosh. Man, what the fuck? What? What?
What did she say?
Fucking puto. Fuck out of here. Oh yeah, bitch. Give me that. Give me that leg, boy. Goofy. Fuck you thought this was? What the Bro, why can't I throw that kick? What?
That's Detroit. Where's Pontiac, Michigan?
It's close to Detroit. It's probably like 15 minutes from Detroit.
Near me.
You said what?
I was trying to look for stuff that's near me.
Jobs?
For internships.
Oh.
Right now I'm looking on like the Kalamazoo area.
Hmm.
That's sort of closer than everything else. But if they can find something else that's near me, that'd be better. I think there's some in Coldwater, but I don't know if they'll have stuff for like Hispanic people.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Cold water's an hour away.
Yeah, but
Huh?
yeah, I guess that's true. I don't know. I figured if they find something else that's closer to me, that's great. But I really don't want to have to work with white people. I'm not gonna lie.
Old people?
Not old people, but white people.
Oh, yeah.
But you know, they're probably just as much needs help with stuff.
Yeah.
I just want that exposure. I haven't had it so far. So that's why I'm just like, I need to.
Mhm.
That's what my main focus is to find something that is particularly with that community. We talked about one in my therapy, but I can't remember what it was called. Where's Holt, Michigan?
Huh?
Holt, Michigan?
Volt?
Holt.
Oh, I don't know.
Hey Siri. Where is Holt, Michigan?
Here it is on the map.
How far is it from Sturgis, Michigan?
Here's what I found.
An hour and 39 minutes from here.
What? Oh, eh, oh, eh, oh, eh. Oh, eh, oh, eh. Brother. Damn, he busted my nose. Damn.
Mi gente.
Excuse me. Thank you. That's what I was looking for the whole time.
Damn, babe.
What?
Did you fart?
No, it's fucking Draco. You don't hear him? He's stretching.
Oh, I thought it was you fart. I was like, damn.
No, yeah, I'm shitting myself.
Have to fucking blow a hole through the fucking
Uh-huh.
seat. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom, boom.
I'm laying fucking some landmines over here.
Oh my god.
Yo quiero Taco Bell. No, I don't. I don't want that bullshit. I want my fucking chicharrón though. It's gonna be a fucking dog fight. Oh, I fucked up. Damn it. Why did he quit? Man.
Ready to step inside my story?
Thank you guys
Accuracy. Damn, bro. Everybody's quitting. Nobody wants to fight me. I'm the fucking middle. Huh?
Hey.
Oh man, oh man. The bunch of power is the crazy. He's got the crazy bunch of power.
Pertaining to clinical year students, where was your BS?
What the hell was that?
My computer.
Oh.
What kind of tasks were you involved in? What kind of skills
What the? Fuck off. Damn. Damn. Fuck off of me. What is this lag, bro? Doom, 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 doom. Where's the... Oh shit. Oh my god. How the fuck did I lose that?
This may be the last ad you ever see. Because of the free ad block extension from Capital One Shopping, you can say goodbye to ads.
Alright, so here is the oncoming force at welterweight, Uzbekistan's Shavkat Rakhmonov. Might want to start running out past that end. We'll see how he approaches the early portions of this round. He's a striker, he's a grappler, he's a wrestler, he has conditioning. Really looks like the total package at 170 pounds and looking for that next level signature win here tonight. Alright, early action here. We'll see how soon George St. Pierre can get one of his patented takedowns, but it all works out for the jab, which is right there.
It does. I mean, he does. He has a beautiful jab. And I've seen him do so much damage with that jab. You know, I keep calling back to fights, but I remember him and Josh Koscheck. The moment the fight started, bang, jab, broken over the ball.
Oh, I think he's still compromised. We'll see if he can recover here. He's in a world of trouble. They're certainly getting after it early. Now mixing one end of the body.
You know what's crazy? It was like everything back in the day, guys just jabbing them. It was all power shots. Now you see guys well educated with that jab in their front hand.
Alright, so some definite damage underneath the elbow. A few straight lands there, and somehow his opponent's chin held up.
His opponent's chin held up. But you do not want to be on the receiving end of those fights.
Heavy kick downstairs. And now they are throwing both sides with conviction.
Nice block.
So 3 minutes have flown off the fight clock there. Oh, big knee there. We'll see if he tries to change levels here. Trips his opponent with the ankle.
Ankle kick takedown. We're so used to seeing singles, doubles, high crotches. When an ankle kick is hit, you applaud the guy doing the technique.
Starting to do some really significant damage to the body here. Another strike lands there.
Great commitment to the kicking game.
There it is, another strike to the body. That has been a big storyline in this fight. We'll keep an eye on it as the bout continues.
You know, we'll keep an eye on it. The person that should be addressed is his opponent. His opponent isn't doing anything to deter him from doing this constantly. He's got to change something if he wants to.
I'm not sure his opponent knows where he is.
No, he is on Beach Street right now. You see a Cleveland over the top of his head. You make a look like that.
That is a big beauty. Probably my favorite takedown. He got him with the ankle.
I mean, an ankle pick. He did an ankle pick. You don't see it very often. But when it's done, it's like Ken Sanderson. You see me over. Beautiful ankle pick. Those is the true. Look how they drive the knee right to the midsection.
Alright, so a big knockdown for him, courtesy of that punch in that round. DC, here's your replay.
Big moment in the previous round. They were both fighting very well. But when he landed this punch right here that sits his opponent down, it showed that the power is not equal. And if he can land, he does have the ability to damage.
Round two. same result as he continues to punish the body yet again, just as he did in the previous round. Blocks the shot. Oh, a nice block there and a counter kick to the body by Rockmana. Straight right is there.
And he has a great double leg. Focus has a great double leg.
Well, it's been a wild fight thus far. Perhaps a contender for some bonus money at fight's end. These guys are going to have to dig deep. They're both hurt.
They're both hurt. You expected it. You expected a close fight. You did not expect a war like this, though, where both guys, from the moment they said fight, went forward, got in each other's face, and just beat each other up. It's been tremendous.
Oh, big shots here. Rockmana in half guard. Oh, you gotta love the ground and pound strikes here. All right, feet on the hips here.
Isolated arm.
Oh, looks like he's got the arm isolated.
He's got it isolated, working towards the finish. It's got to be it. Feet so tight.
Oh, submission defense, he gets out.
In that moment, it looked like the fight was over. He was able to clear his head, put the guy into the mount. Not a great position, but much better than getting his arm snapped after the arm bar.
Making all these shots count. Obviously, if he postures up and he gets some of his ground strikes going here. Well, as soon as he goes with that high guard, he pays for it to the body. You see the bruises really starting to accumulate.
In the beginning of the fight, you think I gotta protect my head at all costs. Right now, I believe that this guy has to worry about his body. Look at how red the side of his body is. It's got to change something. Big, massive shot leg. Look at how tough this is.
Feels like the beginning of the end. Where are you?
How pathetic you are. You are running out of time.
What the shit? You almost hit my apartment. Get out of here.
All right, so here we go with Anthony Pettis and Tony Ferguson, and given the way their first fight went back in UFC 229, you got the sense they might run this one back up. Again, Showtime dropped Tony.
Yes, he did drop Tony Ferguson. That's one thing about Tony. He's so tough. He's so durable. He has an idea of what he wants to get accomplished, and he won't stop until he gets exactly that done. You gotta be
Oh
willing
my
to go
gosh.
into deep water to get a victory over Tony Ferguson. And if you falter, you will get finished, as we saw in the Anthony Pettis first fight.
Ferguson gets knocked down and somersaults out of it. One of the more incredible things you will ever see. Nice low kick there from Tony Ferguson. Now we'll see if we get a level change here, DC. You know he mixes it up as well as any lightweight in this division.
Glenn Swifty. There's that jab.
Frantic pace early on to this one. All right, so he
Huh.
It's like I have to do so much today.
Really?
Yes. I did my class, I did the assignment after class, and then I had to turn in my internship paperwork just now.
Hmm.
And then, I still have to figure out kind of what tomorrow's going to look like for me, what I need to like work on and stuff. I need to figure out about that game handle thing that I need to do from
Hold on. Are you serious?
I'm chewing on my lips. Now they're all fucked.
You've been chewing on your lips? Why?
Alright, so that opened up a cut around his eye area.
He hasn't moved his head well. He's taking shots too clean, and now a cut has opened up.
So he's really starting to put together some significant body shots here. These are
I don't know why a fucking guy feels so slow. Ah! I need to fucking quit playing this game.
You've been knocked down before, it's okay. Come on, baby, you got him, come on. You know, fucking pussy at me.
You can see that he was flowing. Everything was working in accordance to what he wanted it to be. And at the moment that it showed itself, the moment that the opportunity arrived,
Come on, bitch!
and now he finds himself ahead in this fight.
Both fighters ready to go here in round 2. This Anthony Showtime versus Tony Force. Well, this is crazy that this fight is still going on. Appreciating crowd, obviously getting behind both fighters. Both guys just crazy in that finish.
They both came with an idea that they would collect $50,000 extra dollars. Right now, I am certain that they're both going to see that check.
And another leg on both sides of that exchange. Look at the size of that bruise on his foot. Nasty. How good was the timing on that angle there? And he's back up. Well, DC headgear's not allowed, but he has raised the hands and he's doing a nice job protecting the dome.
He's doing a great job of blocking his head. A lot of times, those shots to the head will knock you out. Not this time. This guy's making sure nothing lands.
Well, no feeling out process tonight. Both fighters invoking damage on the other.
Yeah, we knew this would be very competitive. We knew that this was a tough fight. We knew that both guys would be very evenly matched in this fight. But we didn't expect to see this type of war between these two guys.
Back and forth.
He landed it perfectly. What a huge blow in a big moment in this fight.
Might be able to hook onto an arm here. Oh, arms in tight. Ferguson getting worked here from the top. Ground and pound strikes raining down. All right, so he continues to land a high volume of strikes. You know, sometimes when you play basketball, you're in the zone. This
Guy's throwing his basketball in the midst of the ocean.
He got out of that.
He said that he was ready for everything that would be thrown at him. In that position, he showed that and proved it. Yep, gotta be very careful there.
Oh,
Bitch.
submission attempts and punches to. Oh, I don't know. That heel hook looks tight.
Great job maintaining position there. You never want to lose position to chase a submission.
Well, the ground and pound has been on point tonight. Good work.
Mayweather versus Buffalo.
I don't know who the fuck that is.
Manny Pacquiao?
Manny Pacquiao.
Oh.
The fuck, you're talking like he's Latino or something.
Yeah, Floyd Mayweather. Boxing match at the Sphere in Las Vegas, Sunday, September 20th.
Now he has the fight to the canvas. Let's see what he can do. That shot is blocked by Pence. Ferguson's pretty swollen now in that jaw area. It doesn't appear to be affecting him all that much.
When?
September 20th.
Damn, that's at the end of the year.
Well, now you have time to save up money if you want to go see that.
Nah, I don't want to watch that. They're old now. Pacquiao's like 50. So's Mayweather. Remember when I used to watch them when they were in their prime, 30s? Shit. And then now they're old. Fuck yeah. Times change. Oh, times they change. Come on, pussy. Pussy bud. You think I'm stupid? Thinks I'm stupid. Mm-hmm. 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 Got your bitch ass, boy. Yeah. Got your bitch ass. I'm just gonna beat you now. But beat you like my child. Beat your ass, boy. Beating you. Beating you, beating you. What you gonna do now, huh? You stuck now, boy. You stuck now, boy. You should never let yourself get in that position, boy.
Critical situation now. He's a
You fucked up, boy. Good. Damn, he got off of that shit.
I love that my dad was just kind of staring at his bull.
What?
He put his own name on his bull. He said so nobody can touch it. I still can't get over that freaking cat.
How the fuck did he get me? Bitch, I fucking got off of that shit. Think you won't get me? You ain't getting shit, bitch.
So I turned a new. Dice, ¿ya viste lo que está pasando en Jalisco y en Guanajuato? Sí, hermana, ya vi. Ya miré todo el escándalo que está pasando. También por eso estoy triste. Pero pues ni modo, hermanas. La vida sigue, hay que trabajar. Hay que echarle ganas. Hay que echarle ganas. Gracias. Hay que echarle ganas a la vida, hermanas. Bitches. Dice, ¿ya viste lo que
Yep,
está
I
pasando?
fucking won, pussy. Done with this shit.